Hi. What's up, yo? It's time to start the stream, but let's check the audio first because today audio will be super goddamn important. We have audio on mic. On Twitch. How about YouTube? We have, and now let's try having an audio in Unreal. Let's create quick Metasound test, whatever. I want to see how loud is it. Well, how to make it not sound like something you want to turn off immediately. How about just simple sine wave? Or maybe something better. So wave. And let's hook it up and let's hope it won't blow out anyone's eardrums. So be aware. We will see how loud this shit is. Okay, I think it's okay for the stream levels. All right. Let's delete that asset. Let me quickly jump to the chat. Okay, so what's up, y'all, on this beautiful Sunday? I hope it is as beautiful for you as it is for me right now. It's very sunny, it's very warm outside, but wind still makes it a little bit cooler. So today we've gathered to avoid copyright strikes. Basically. I was inspired to make this stream like a couple of weeks ago when Twitch, in all its infinite wisdom and knowledge, decided to mute one of my VODs because it told me that I am making a mistake on the copyright side of things, that I'm using something that I shouldn't supposed to. While in reality, I'm always blasting my own beats from the last 15 years. So it's like, really? Not really. But the thing is, the content ID system that is being used by most of the applications and streaming services probably detected a sample from the sample library that I bought eons ago, right? And Venus Theory and Ben Jordan had a nice bunch of videos when they shown how you could abuse content ID to get copyright mutes and strikes and everything on Twitch and YouTube, everywhere, on some old S samples and other stuff, right? So I was thinking, well, how about we will make a beat generator? If something will be randomly generating music all the time, they shouldn't be able to abuse it, at least in theory, right? And also it will be a nice reason to finally do a stream on Metasounds. I love Metasounds. I haven't used them in a while, especially in 5.5 version of Unreal, but I really do love them. And I tried to make a beat generator when the first Unreal 5 preview came out. I was thinking like, oh boy, let's make some beat generator and maybe put it out there, etc. But then other people were way faster than me, then they did way better than me. And basically the idea was to show off what's capable in Metasounds and also learn while doing that. And now I'm revisiting this idea because of completely different reasons. Maybe to show off how cool Metasounds are, let me show you first what you can achieve with that. Let's launch here Steam page. The guy named Chris Zuko on Unreal Engine Source. He is a frequent poster there in the Metasound sections. Firefox is doing something weird right now for me, but it doesn't matter. And he was there day one, asking about Metasounds, talking with Epic engineers, etc. And I wanted to show you the awesome project he did with Metasounds. Let's start from the beginning. He basically visualized musical sequences, but I'm not sure if you're able to hear that. You might not be able to hear that, so let me quickly fix that for y'all. Let's see. Might be a little bit too loud. And all of that stuff is being generated on the fly with Metasounds. Yeah, Chris Zuko is the man when it comes to these things. So, yeah, that's like the top floor that you can achieve with the Metasounds, right? When it comes to like music generation. We won't be achieving that here on stream. Here the idea is I will have no visual representation, or at least I don't think so. And I just want to make something that will be generating some music in the background in my style while I'm streaming other topics, right? So the aim is way lower than the mixed universe from Chris Zukowski. But still, the aim is to generate some music, right? So the way I go about it, I have like a project that I'm testing out all the 5.5 features here. But I decided to just do it as a plugin because, you know, I could maybe hook it up to a game that I'm working on and try to adjust it so it will generate some music on the fly. It might be a cool idea, maybe a dumb idea, but, you know, having it as a singular plugin also allows me to upload it, you know, on GitHub. If it will go somewhere, maybe other people can use it, although I'm sure there are way better versions of such idea already out there. And most of the people probably are using LLMs to generate the music for the streams anyway. So there's that. But, you know, it's all about having fun, interfacing with the Metasounds, being real about it. I was speaking on previous streams that I wanted to prepare, at least from the musical standpoint. Well, I didn't because I didn't really have time. So we'll be really going on, you know, freestyling here a lot. But that's a part of the fun of this whole thing, right? I learned to love coming in here, clear-headed, no preparation, and jumping into the things just as you would if you were just trying to attempt this, right? So I will face the exact same problems that you would be facing. That's the idea, right? So I wanted to prepare maybe a little bit on the musical side of things. I don't have musical education. Whenever I made beats in the past, it was just all by ear, playing my keys or pads or whatever until I hear something that I like, having no musical skill or whatever, or playing skill. And I was still able to make beats for 15 years, right? So you can do this. And today you have all those MIDI AI generators that can spew out melodies for you, etc. So, you know, times are even easier on that side of things. But without further ado, let's jump to it. For now, I don't foresee any kind of structure in here. So I won't be creating any folders. Let's just deep dive into this thing right away. Metasound source. And the thing is, I completely anticipate that we'll be doing mostly drum section today. There might be some melody, but we might be concentrating on drum because there are a couple of questions to ask ourselves. How do I want to provide randomness to the Metasound, right? So first, let's create some meta sound. Let's start with the kick drum, right? Meta sound kick. How do you go about synthesizing meta sound kick? Well, there are a couple of techniques. I just had a thought. I wonder how AI, so-called AI, fares with answering this type of synthesis question. We might be taking a peek into this. I might launch Copilot, ask it like, hey, help me synthesize a kick in that style, and we'll see if it will be able to produce any information that will be valuable. I also have a couple of things that I used in the past, like 2 Reddits, or 1 Reddit and 1 WordPress blog that features all kinds of inspirations, so-called synth patches recipes, where you can just take a peek, recreate the sound as a basis, and then go with your experimentation, right? But that will be further in the stream. Let's start with the meta sound itself, right? When you create a new meta sound, first of all, it will try to see if it is one shot, right? It will add an interface for having a one-shot sound. What does it mean? Well, the Unreal takes it assumes that you'll be working on a sound that will be one-shot sound, which means you will be shooting your gun, putting the foot on the ground and making a sound, something exploding, etc., etc. So it assumes you mostly will be working on sound effect side of things. But you can also create sounds that are continuous. The idea here is that with the one-shot sound, you have this interface for output. Whenever internal processing of your given meta sound is finished, you have to call on finished, so the audio system of the Unreal will know that, hey, this one-shot sound is done. But you can turn it off. You can delete this interface, and then you have a continuous sound that once you start playing it, it will be playing infinitely until you specifically will tell it from code or from blueprint script to stop. Dexterovsky says, this topic came faster than I expected. Good morning to the sunny and warm Sunday. Hey, hi Dexterovsky, hi. Yeah, it came sooner because I was basically thinking about doing one of 3 topics, and I started to feel like, you know what, it seems like a good idea to sit down to this topic right now. Why not? I was a little bit exhausted from Mover over the last 2 streams. I haven't thought through any design questions that I had for my own game, so I thought, let's jump into the music, like right now. It can possibly be a long series that I will be jumping into every now and then, but you know, it will be fun. And I'm glad to hear that, you know, it is sunny and warm for you as well. Here it is super sunny and super hot. And fortunately, we'll be working on scenes that will have no graphics, so my RTX won't be heating up my room anyway. It will be just the power of sun, and I have southeast exposition, so it is very hot in here. Basically, it is almost impossible to have any plants in this room because they will die immediately. But without further ado, yeah, we deleted the interface of one-shotting. Once I play this sound, I want it to be playing infinitely. Maybe, I don't know. We're just synthesizing kick drum for a second here. So there are a couple of ways you could synthesize a kick drum. I have one favorite. It will be sounding very synthy. It won't be trying to emulate the real kick drum, right? Because honestly, I wouldn't waste my time with that. I would just buy a sample, royalty-free sample, so I could use it. Still, people can fucking abuse Content ID to take you out for using that kind of sample, but that's the bullshit we have to live with. Or you can just, you know, record the kick drum yourself and use that. That's one of the ways of avoiding that. But I want to synthesize here a kick drum, and possibly I want this kick drum to be modular. That's not a tuned, let's say tuned. right? Because I want to provide some randomness to it. So for example, every now and then when I will be changing the seed of random generation, I want my kick drum to change the way it sounds, right? So I will create like a base kick with a couple of parameters that will be modifiable later, right? Dexterowski says, okay, you said about one-shot interface, but what about wave player node with loop ticked option? What about it? Did they change something here? Ah, yeah. Basically, here if you turn off your one-shot interface, well, it will just be playing your sample infinitely, right? Looping infinitely until you will tell this Metasound from the outside, from your C++ code or Blueprint script, you will call stop on your audio component, right? Then it will be able to completely turn off that sound, right? But if you have one-shot interface, well, here it is. Then decision is kind of on you when to call unfinished, right? Because I'm not really sure. Yeah, the unfinished will only be called where it is not looping, as the comment says, or if the stop is getting triggered. That's where it will call the unfinished in here on the output, right? But you could have, you know, some loop over here and some complete other logic in your graph could decide that, yeah, sound is finished. It will call unfinished here. It would be also nice for that logic to call stop on here as well, right? Dexterovsky says, yeah, I asked about the second option, and this may be the case why my looping sounds like fire are stopping randomly. Yeah, that might be the case. That might be the case. And also, I was fixing my own audio loop stopping in weird moments lately, and the reason it was firing loop, and the reason why it was stopping randomly sometimes was every time I was basically pressing fire button, I wasn't really checking if my sound was already playing, and I was setting the sample on my, or setting Metasound on my audio component each time. So even if the logic of my Metasound was dictating that after I stopped pressing fire, something was happening, like for example, the tail of the fire sound was playing or whatever, right? I was cutting it out with the next button press because I was setting the exact same sound as before, but calling the function setSound on my audio component, which stops your sounds immediately. And I was like, okay, yeah, I just need to add the logic that if the sound is set already, don't do anything. And it fixed my problems, right? Darling Mixon, hi, how are you doing? How is your Sunday going? It is super sunny and warm in here. How are you doing? Okay, so enough with the wave player table. Let's also delete this one shot and let's start synthesizing the kick. I like to synthesize the kick from sine wave. And one thing that I like to do at the beginning when working with any Metasound is to add mono mixer H channel to it, because I usually don't know what I will do, how many things I will add to my Metasound, and I don't want to delete mono mixer 2 to just add one channel more. I just use mono mixer 8, and until I used up all of them, I'm good with that, right? Darley Mixon asks, have you ever worked with graphic API? You mean like DirectX or Vulkan? Nah, not really. I never been a graphics programmer. I want to learn though, at some point in my life, to learn more about rendering. but I always been more on the gameplay side of programming. So I only did, you know, some shaders with the materials, etc. But to interface directly with Vulkan or DirectX, unfortunately, no. But I'm looking forward to learning that. I hope maybe this year I will be able to start that endeavor. Maybe, you know, I will be fortunate to start that. Are you working with Graphics API, Darley Mixon? Dexterovsky says, what I found, there can be a lot of reasons of randomly stopping looped sounds. One of them is something called virtualization. Ah, yes, that's another topic. Oh, goddamn, that's lots of topics here. One of the things that could also be stopping you is virtualization mode. Yes, like what happens when the sound is being cooled. For example, occluded, etc. You can restart the sound if, you know, you come into the radius of it being audible again. You should still play it, but it will be silent, or virtualization can be disabled. So that's one of the things. Concurrency is a big thing where you can set your max count of given sound. So for example, if you have 8 players and all of them are firing rifles, and you will set max count to 8, that's the amount of samples you'll be able to hear. And if the new one shows up, there is the resolution rule that will be able to tell you that stop the farthest, then the oldest. So the most far player shooting that has the oldest, that was the first to start shooting, will be muted out, and the new player will come in and his sample will start playing. There are lots of strategies around that. So there's one of the reasons that could also stop your loop. If you have, for example, concurrency 1 and you're playing 2 samples and one of them will be, you know, looping samples, one of them will turn off. What else? I never really use priority, but that also might be the reason. Yeah, attenuation also might be the reason why your sound stops. Yeah, lots of them. Darley Mixon says, yeah, I'm building my own game engine using Vulkan and C++. Respect, my dude. Respect. I'm guessing you're using Vulkan because you don't want to get married to Microsoft API, right? And only be using, you know, Microsoft hardware. That seems like a good decision. I wanted to learn Vulkan, but every graphics programmer and tech artist I know told me if I haven't ever worked on rasterizing renderer, I should start with like OpenGL or DirectX 11, because that will be an easier jump from there to Vulkan than just going straight into Vulkan. Do you agree with that statement? Okay, so to synthesize a kick, basically we will have to use the sine wave, but one of the techniques includes a rapid shift in frequency from high pitch to low pitch, and if it is fast enough, we will hear it as kick drum. Also, the reason why I'm using headphones today, I hate headphones, but I didn't want any of the sounds to bleed through my speakers into the microphone too much. And while working with music, it would happen a lot and it would be annoying for y'all. So, you know, I'm using headphones even though I completely dislike headphones. Okay, so to do that, we will be using something called AD envelope. AD envelope. What is AD envelope? Let's go into Paint. Basically, there is a concept in music or in sound synthesis called ADSR. ADSR. Let me quickly decipher all of that stuff for you. My drawing is ugly, but basically it's attack, decay, sustain, and release. What does that mean? Well, if we will call y-axis an amplitude and x-axis time, basically attack tells us how fast and in what way the signal goes from 0 of its amplitude to its max value. Decay states, hey, how far it falls off, right? How fast it falls off. Then things can get wonky. Certain synthesizers can offer sustain, which means as long as you're pressing the key, this will be this amplitude of your sound when you're sustaining the key press, and then release. What happens after you release the key, how fast it will go to 0 on the amplitude value again. And AD is just a simplified version of that, where you just basically have something like this, right? When you are deciding how fast your signal will go to the max amplitude, and then how fast it will decay to 0. And what will be the max amplitude, right? So those are the envelopes, and that's what we'll be using here, because as I said, we want to go from super high frequency, modulate this sine wave, which would right now sound like this. We want to modulate this frequency from going to the high frequency to the low frequency. And we will do it exactly with the AD envelope. Darely Mixon says, well, I started with OpenGL, but I hated it because it's a stat machine. But then I considered DirectX, but found out that it's only Windows API. And Naughty Dog, my dream job, uses it. Uses Vulkan. Oh, okay. So you messed around a little bit with OpenGL. And then went into Vulkan. Tell me, was that jump hard for you from jumping from OpenGL to Vulkan when you started with it? Would you also recommend, for example, for me to mess around with OpenGL just to get my base, bearings, and then jump into Vulkan? I'm curious about your experience with that. And how far along you with your engine? Like, what were you able to add to your renderer? Do you have other elements of game engine? Like, what is your situation? I do wonder. Darely Mixon asks, first of all, are you a main C++ programmer? Yes, I used C++ through all of my career. This is my main language. For sure. So first, we'll hook up the onPlay event to our AD envelope, which was this. And the thing is, the AD envelope outputs the normalized values between 0 and 1, and frequencies, audible frequencies, are between 0 and 20 kilohertz, right? That's not exactly what we want, right? So we need to map ranged this float. So we want to map it between the range between 0 and 1 and map it to, for example, between 8,000 and how about 40 Hertz. This will be a rapid shift in frequency, and let's hear it. Sorry for that. I meant to go different route about it because it's rising. It wasn't that fast and it was loud and high as fuck. Once again, sorry for that. Let's drop it to maybe 400 hertz. Way more manageable. Right now it doesn't sound like a kick drum, right? Well, because the attack time and decay time, mostly attack time, is way too long. What is going on? Ah, yeah. Sorry, decay time is way too long because we are rising towards 400 hertz super fast, but decay time, when we are going to 40 hertz, it's a little bit long. Let's put it as 0.2, shall we? Now it starts to sound like something. But how about we bump that a little bit? There is something going on there. We could also... There's a decay curve. That's the one thing that I don't like working with the envelopes in Metasounds, because usually in all other synthesizers, DAWs, etc., you have a little bit different parameters. So decay curve you steer a little bit differently. Here you have to input whether it is a linear decay. If it is anything below 1, it's exponential or logarithmic. So let's go for exponential and let's see how this will sound. Now it starts to sound a little bit more like a kick drum. But it goes for infinite amount of time, right? Nexterovsky says, the sounds on stream are not that loud as you think, so it's okay. Oh, I'm glad to hear. You do not must apologize. Oh, I'm glad to hear, because they are super loud on my end, and I was thinking that maybe I mixed it differently. But I'm glad that I'm not blowing out your eardrums. Daily Mixon says, about my question with the OpenGL and Vulkan. Well, OpenGL for me was confusing because it's old and it's a stat machine, meaning in OpenGL state machine means it remembers settings. So I took Vulkan because it's modern and the code makes sense. Oh, okay. Okay. So I guess whenever I will, sit down to learning the graphics API, I might just jump straight to Vulkan first and trying to get my bearings around and see what will happen, right? Are you willing to share the name of your engine, or maybe, you want to keep it a secret? I love engine names. Okay, so now we have just this kind of kick drum, but it also should be ending at some point, right? Once again, we'll be using AD envelope. And whenever the on play has been called, which I think I can just copy and paste, yep. I want to modulate the gain, so the volume of my kick with that. But the thing is, I only want to, I want to increase it immediately and then make the volume go down in a little bit slower fashion. So it should sound like this. Now we have a long decay on our kick drum. So that's the first parameter I will create. Add graph input, and I would call it kick, or we know it is a kick sound, so length. I always fuck up this name. Length. And here's the nice thing with Metasounds. Finally, we get those sliders so we can play around with it in real time. So I can, end it a little bit quicker. I can play around with ranges. So for example, I can set it up to 3. Yep. So there we have our super basic kick drum that is way, way longer than usually it needs to be, right? Another trick is that, well, okay, we have like 80 hertz and we're jumping from whatever. Dexterowski says, laughs, that it's good to know that I am not the one who have problem with the length word. I'm always misspelling it. Yeah, it always breaks my brain. It always breaks my brain. The same with the word through and whether, but not whether as in weather outside, but whether you want to do something or not. It always breaks my brain, like, okay, where are the H's in those words? I always had this problem. There used to be a note, I hope it is still there. Note scale to note array, MIDI note quantizer. No, that's not that. There used to be a node that would translate a specific note into a frequency, right? And I don't remember how it was called, so frequency to MIDI, yes. And MIDI to frequency. But this represents a MIDI note value. That's not exactly what I wanted. I wanted just to have a note. It used to be that, hey, I could just... Something's not right in here. MIDI note. What do we have when we were... I think they changed a couple of things. Because I remember just choosing like, hey, I want to have a C note in here, and I could just input it in here. But basically, we want to put the frequency that we'll be, modulating towards to. This will be our musical note. And now I have to figure out, because I don't remember. MIDI note. Quantize a MIDI note to a nearest node that matches provided criteria. Okay, let's use minor scale, whatever. And scale range. Okay, so let's use chromatic, whatever. 0 equals C, 1 equals... Okay. How this will sound. This is the experimentation part. Because I think they changed something, or I might be misremembering something about translating notes to MIDI and then to frequency. Now it sounds like a kick drum. Okay, but I have only one problem with it. Is I have no idea what kind of note it is. MIDI note 36. I have no idea. But if C is 0, then it is C couple of scales above it. Because we have 12 notes, right? Yeah, okay. It's not that great, but we will work with that. And I think we might add one-shot interface and use it here whenever we are done with, our modulation of volume. That means the kick drum sound is done. Right? That would be one way of going about it, but we can also start repeating this note. So, trigger repeat. Whenever we play start, we want to start repeating. Or I could just go. like this. And connect trigger repeat to trigger. So it should start repeating it. But the repeat should also, and that's the not super clean way of doing it, but it should also go to that repeat. That's where Metasounds starts to look like materials. Dexterovsky confirms for me, 0 is C. Thank you, thank you. So 0 is C, so my note is actually C on the 3rd octave, I guess. All right. So now we have something like this, a techno beat basically. But we should be able to provide bits per minute value, right? And turn it into periods. So that's one of the things that would be used for that kind of stuff. So right now it should be only repeating with the BPM of 90, and the period would be triggering for the 4 divisions of a whole bar. So it will sound kind of like this. Right? If we type in, of course, 87, it will get slower. Dexterovsky says, yeah, make it higher and we have some silly rave music. Yeah, we can go like 160. We can go 240. I'm sure there are clubs in Poland that are playing just something like this and shit is happening, let's say. Yeah. Okay, so we have some kick drum, but right now we can only really modulate the length of it, right? And the MIDI note, right? So we should add a couple of more things to modulate it with. First of all, that is only a length of the volume modulation, because we could also hook it up to that. And have this kind of effect. Right? But that should be, you know, its own parameter, I think, because we might want to have a little bit longer tail on our sound and hear the actual tone of it. So let's do exactly that. How to call it? Tone decay. The more I increase it, the more we can hear that it is a modulation from going to the higher frequency to the low frequency with almost just a click at the beginning, right? And then we can make it bassy, kind of sounded like 808s in the modern mumble rap, right? But the thing is, usually when we are using kick drums, we also have a little bit of noise there, right? So let's add it in and let's modulate that as well, shall we? One thing to talk about when it comes to working with music, when I was a teenager and I was making beats, and as I said, I hate headphones, so I was using my speakers. On the one hand, my parents were happy that I have passion and I was playing around with music and shit. On the other hand, the fact that I was sometimes listening for 2 hours straight to just a kick drum or just a drum loop and just playing around with it it was driving them mad. So I feel sorry for my parents, but they were like, okay, we can either, you know, make him stop and he'll have to go do something else and maybe lose his passion, or, you know, we will scream at him and I will be like, no, I don't want to make it volume lower because I'm a stupid teenager, right? So usually they took it like a trooper, or when they couldn't take it anymore, they were like, please make it a little bit, you know, lower in volume. And I was like, all right. I don't hear anything anyhow after 2 hours of blasting my eardrums. So yeah, I guess from a parent perspective, it is nice to have a kid that is interested in music, but prepare your eardrums. All right. Oh my god, no. That's like it. What I wanted to do. Yes, noise. Pink. I want to use pink noise because it sounds a little bit better for me. And I want to put it in here. But right now it won't sound that well, right? It will be... It's not great. So we just gotta use AD envelope and start modulating. And start modulating the noise. But let's maybe first put it in here. Put that stuff higher. Let's maybe make a comment on that stuff. Sign. Yeah, let's just call it sign. Let's put it as black because I love black comments. Here will be our noise component of our kick drum. Yeah, so we gotta modulate it. We can just straight hook it up here. One thing I would welcome though, and I was under the impression that it's already in Metasounds, but it's not. Instead, it's in PCG, is named reroutes. I would love, for example, to be like, okay, here is the trigger repeat out from here, and I want to add a reroute, then I could just name and then just hook it up in here, because otherwise we are ending up with like huge Metasounds. For example, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was doing a Metasounds for continuous auto-fire weapons, right? And because whenever you are working with the weapons that have auto-fire, right, like rifles, machine guns, etc., if you time playing of your sample, weapon sample, to the animation, you won't get consistent playback rate, right? It will be jumping all over the place. And the funny thing is, we won't be able to notice the irregularities with the effects that are going out of your rifle, but we'll hear that it doesn't sound like an actual rifle or machine gun. It doesn't sound consistent, right? Or at least modern, clean one, right? It sounds like it's some completely banged up rifle that is barely able to shoot, right? Because it doesn't keep the consistent rhythm. So the way to go about it is to use Metasounds, repeat your wave here, do a couple of shenanigans so you won't be cutting out the tails of each sample, and do that. And I was talking about this because I had some point, but I forgot. Yeah, and the point was like, okay, it was doing a simple thing. It was constantly repeating between 4 versions of a samples without cutting out the tail of the previous sample with the specific play rate, right? And the Metasounds, for what it was doing, it looked humongous, right? And people were looking at it and were like, oh my god, it looks complicated. But actually, it wasn't. It was just those kind of reroutes. I have trigger repeat, triggering something, couple of, you know, connections like this. But if you duplicate it 6 times, it starts to look like, holy shit, it looks like master material. So there's that. So yeah, I would welcome named reroutes because it would allow for a little bit better management of Metasounds. But, you know, we'll still make it work, right? So right now, the noise will be cutting out. It's actually cutting out. Yeah. I hook the trigger, I hook up the envelope to the gain, but without any trigger, so it stays at the 0 level. So now I have to go like this, and you see what I'm saying? We have simple thing, just a sine that is being modulated, its frequency is being modulated, its volume is being modulated, and just noise, and it's already kinda growing, right? Now it sounds like we are playing NES in the background, but that's kind of how they were, you know, making those sound effects on NES, or as it was called in Poland, Pegasus. And I think we should hook up our noise length to this AD envelope in here. And let's hear it. Nope, it's way too long. So it should have its own parameter. Promote it to graph input. Let's call it noise decay. Noise gain decay, right? And let's make it way shorter. That's one thing that we can play around with, but we should also filter out some of its noise, right? Because right now we have a full spectrum of noise, which means each frequency is being triggered. And we usually, when we are synthesizing kick drums, we only kind of want to have a selected bandwidth triggered. So let's filter it, shall we? I haven't looked into Metasounds filters in a long time, I'll be honest, so we'll be looking at it with the fresh eyes. Let's look at that. What do we have in here? Quad filter. And we can change our type of filter. Nice, and they are also showing how it looks. Basically, on the x-axis, we have logarithmic view of frequencies. And on the y-axis, we have amplitude of our filter. Whether we are bumping up specific frequencies or we are making them quieter, right? So I kind of want to have a high pass, maybe. And the way you use those filters is you hook up your audio signal in here, and that's the one that you hook up later, right? So right now our noise is being filtered, but our cutoff frequency in high pass is super high, which is being visualized by this weird shit. So once again, let's create the noise frequency cutoff. Nice parameter. And we have a nice knob. One thing, we can turn those knobs into sliders if we are into this. But for frequency work, at least when it comes to cutoff frequencies, other synthesizers usually use knobs, so that's what I will stick to, because that's the one thing that I know. Nice! They added updating the visual representation. That's great! Because in the first version of Metasounds, there was no graphical representation like this. And now not only do we have the graphical representation of our filter, we have the visual update information, which is great. It helps a lot. We should also add bandwidth to our things that we can play around with. So noise filter bandwidth. That's another thing. And we can see how it works thanks to that. That's nice. That's really nice. And we have to make room. Yeah, working with Metasounds sometimes feels very similar to working with the materials. Let's promote to graph input, and this will be noise filter gain. It's also nice that those knobs are auto-adjusting their range depending on what they are being hooked up to. Like I created the graph input from cutoff frequency, which can go from 0 hertz to 20 kilohertz, and it automatically mapped the range of our variable to that exact information. So that's nice. So let's cut off a little bit from the middle end, from the lower end and the middle. Actually, I might want to make the range of it max 5, because I might want to do something like that. So I will have more gradual filtering. And yeah, because for high pass and low pass it might not work. Okay. And now I can just play around with it and adjust it, right? I can accentuate specific frequency with that while filtering others. Yeah, I can play around with that. Right? There's lots of things you can play around with it. And if you heard this noise and thought, well, it kind of sounds like a hi-hat, it is because you can synthesize hi-hats like that quite easily, right? So now we have our noise component of the kick drum, right? This is a very simple kick drum. We can try to look into like other recipes in a second and maybe do that, but why did I type in noise in here? I wanted to type in noise like this, not noise. I guess I had Key and Peele on my mind. So yeah, now we have some kind of sucky sounding kick drum. Oh wow. How about 30? Oh, it sounds groundy. Yeah, you can sit whole day and just play around with those parameters and drive whoever you live with mad if you're not working on headphones. You can also do something like this, if I remember correctly. Right now we could just take scale, choose, I don't know, minor pentatonic, for example, right? This is a scale that has 5 sounds. I don't remember which ones. I do not care either, because what I want to do is random get, and this will be float. So each time I will be, and now it starts to look like a material. Every time I will get a repeat, I can just choose the next sound in a given musical scale, which is nice. I can just hook it up here, but I remember there was some fuckery around it. Yeah, if I remember, there was some messed up stuff around that right now the scale is some weird, so I remember I had to artificially, back in the past, in the first version of Unreal Metasounds, I had to just artificially add like 12, so boot it up a couple of scales in order to even hear it. Yeah, that's what I had to do. And we have a random beat generator. How would you guys feel if I just used that for the future of streams? Hundreds of hours with that shit. That would be torture for me. If ever, you know, I had a stream on the 1st of April, that would be a nice April Fool's jokes. For like 1 minute. Bim, boom, bim. That would be funny as fuck. And I would lose all of subscribers. But yeah, that's the question that I will be pondering. Okay, how do I put in random information into whatever instruments I will be creating in here, so it won't sound as bad as this sounds, right? Yeah, so it would seem at least a little bit cooler, a little bit more guided, etc., etc. Let's drop it down an octave. Yeah, it's terrible. Probably kick drums shouldn't be jumping up and down like that because it sounds awful. But that's one of the techniques. So, right now I have this somewhat shitty kick drum. I could possibly try to start providing some random inputs in here, in here, in here, right? But let's try to figure out, okay, probably this meta sound should be played inside of another meta sound, right? So what we are talking about here is meta sound patches. I should turn this meta sound into patch actually. And can I just do it from here? I don't think so. So I would have to just start a new meta sound patch. Audio. How do you? Oh yes, meta sound patch. Call that shit meta sound patch kick. Create an input here called play. Why am I doing this? Because if I remember correctly, let's test it out. Maybe I'm misremembering shit. This could be true. MS test. I cannot just drag a regular. Oh, I can. Never mind. Never mind. I was wrong. I don't need meta sound patch in here. I was completely wrong. Okay, so what we will do right now is we'll create a layer where we'll be just triggering rhythmical information and triggering other sounds with that. So let's call this layer, how to name it? Beat clock? Yeah, sure, why not? And this is our beat clock. I don't want to have a one shot in here, but I want to use, basically I want to copy that thing in here to here, because this is where we'll be triggering our timing information, which means that will be just hooked up here. We can delete this. Whenever the kick drum is being triggered, everything should play, and it should tell the audio system of Unreal that it's finished. So I will be adding back the one shot, right? But right now the decision is which one of the 80 envelopes will be actually telling that no, this is the one that tells it is finished. I think it should be the one that actually decides how long the kick drum note is. So when it is done, it will be calling unfinished. There is, of course, a bug. If my noise decay will be longer than my length of the sine kick, it will be cut off, right? So what I would probably do to avoid that is, well, I was thinking about clamping it, but it doesn't matter because it will get clamped by undone, really. So, or no, clamping it, yeah, because it might cut off in the middle of a sound, but if I clamp that value to whatever is in length, then I will get a nice envelope out of it instead of cutting off when we are, for example, here on the volume envelope, so it won't trigger a weird click. I don't know if my explanation makes sense, if I speak clearly about this, or am I rambling and it doesn't make any sense to you? Please let me know, because I'm not sure if I'm making a good explanations about those envelopes. Yeah, that's one thing that, it is being called an envelope, and I don't like this word. It is being used because if we were to draw a waveform in here, maybe we should use some color. A waveform, that's a bad color, and I used it in a bad space. Yeah, if we draw an audio waveform here, this is kind of like enveloping the waveform. That's where the envelope comes from. But I don't like it because I think about post mails, etc. when I hear the envelope. So whenever we are on this part of the curve, if we would to cut off the sound while we are in the curve where the volume is actually higher than 0, we might hear that we are cutting off the sound with an axe instead of smoothly fading out of the sound, right? We don't want to have this kind of artifacts, so that's why I will clamp the noise gain decay with the values from my kick drum length, because that's the curve that will be deciding that the sound is finished. So let's use that input. Let's clamp. You cannot clamp time? What? So I have to go to float. Oh my god, that's amazing. To float. Now I have to clamp it between 0 and this, and now I have to go once again into time domain. I don't really understand the difference between the time and float as variables, but whatever. To time, float to time, and we are getting back to decay time. So our noise gain decay will always be clamped by our length, which I accidentally made super short. All right. Yeah, so right now I can make it longer than this, but it will be clamped to that value anyway. But we won't have a sudden cutoff, an artifact coming to that. Okay, I can delete that meta sound. Yeah, save all. Our beat clock will be triggering our kick right now with the on play. There's one additional thing that I right now am not a fan of. You would think that, hey, I can just, move those things around. You can't. You have the sort order, and you have to input your information here. The higher the number, the lower on the list. and then you have to go through it, remember the order of it, and that's how they will show up in here, which I'm not a big fan of. I'd rather just take the input and move it around, kind of like with variables in Blueprint, but whatever, right? And that's where I could actually start driving the noise, driving the variable informations here, right? But first, let's once again mono mixer 8. Let's just do that. And we will hear that we're still triggering our kick, right? So our clock is triggering our kick. Whenever we want to adjust the kick, we can just go into kick, add stuff, play around with it, and it will be triggering, right? So yeah, we have our kick, and it's triggering every other note. But usually in beat, it goes like boom, boom, right? So I only want to trigger it 2 times during the whole bar. And I would love to just have a snare drum on the second and the fourth fourth. That's a nice freaking number, fourth. Yeah. I also need a visual cue for that. We talked about envelopes. Usually when you are sequencing the music, for example, in FL Studio or whatever, you have the whole bar representation, and it goes like, this is the first beat, the second beat, the third beat, and let me quickly take care of this one. The fourth beat, and the bar ends, right? Usually you schedule kick drum to be here, and snare drum to be here and here. Of course, you can divide it further. You can have divisions in here between those, and that's how usually you construct a rhythm. You have hi-hats in there, you can have a kick drum just before the snare, etc., etc. Lots of variations there, right? That was weird. We'll be playing around with this clock in a second, but let's do the snare drum right now. And also the other thing that I need to remember for later is the note information. I also need to make it a input, actually. Maybe let's do it right now. Promote to graph input, kick, or should I say just MIDI note, right? And it can be up to, I don't know, whatever, 128, if I remember correctly, that this is the maximum of the MIDI notes, or maybe 225, something like this. I don't remember exactly. And now we'll be triggering this kick on every first and every third beat of our whole bar, right? So these are beats, first beat, second beat, etc. This is the whole bar. That's how we call those things. Next, Sadowski says, yeah, I noticed that some functions are not present in Metasound graph that are available in normal Blueprint editor. I'm not talking about notes, but like reroute functionality. Yeah, because basically, that's a funny thing. If I remember correctly, the guys from Epic Audio team, and I love that team, they are like my favorite team, I think, along with PCG guys. They said that basically whenever you are making a new editor like that, you have to recode some of the functionality from the ground up basically. So even though blueprint editor or material editor might have some functions, if you are when they were creating the new Metasound editor like that, they had to redo lots of functionalities. The same with like PCG, right? So part of why certain things are missing, I think, might be because they just haven't got around to certain things yet. And when it comes to reroutes, I do not remember. There was some technical explanation for that. That when they tried that, those reroutes were working, but they were always one audio frame behind. So the timing was messed up, something like this. I don't remember exactly. But when it comes to named reroutes, they were talking about that. Yeah, there is some technical issue that they need to get around to work out, right? Also, did you know that those Metasounds are compiling to, if I remember correctly, either to C or C++? So they are super optimized. This is not run on some virtual machine or anything like that. This actually straight up compiles while you're playing on a build and you want to trigger Metasound. It compiles quickly into C or C++, if I remember correctly. So that's nice. Also, you know, they are showing us how much of the CPU our Metasounds are eating up, because we could easily take out Threadrippers. And relative render cost, right? With the one being normalized value. But the thing that I love the most is that it compiles to native code, right? Instead of being reinterpreted by virtual machine or anything like this. So Metasounds are optimal as fuck. Alright, so right now we have our beat clock, right? And we are triggering repeat on this whole thing. But what if I wanted to add more layers to it, right? And I want to have, for example, count 16 or maybe 32. The whole bar divided into 32 elements, because I want to have articulate hi-hat pattern or whatever, right? Or some arpeggio going on or whatever. It will sound like this. And I want my kick drum to omit certain events, let's say, right? So that's where I am starting to schedule shit. So what I would do is go trigger count, right? And this will be only for kick drum, right? I'm starting from 1. You can count infinitely. I don't care. I could do that, or I wonder if I could just run a couple of BPM to seconds and just be done with it. Helicopter. Yeah. Yeah, but in all actuality, that's how you could get a nice machine gun going, right? You just go like, I don't know, 128. That provides, this creates a nice sound. This doesn't, but that. Huh, that's funny. Yeah, we could probably synthesize the whole sound out of this super fast repetition, but you know, let's keep things civil, right? We could, I want to run an experiment, because I wanted to start thinking about how to count, you know, when the kick drum should, you know, start, but I wonder if I would have a couple of repeaters in here, whether they'll be aligned or not, because that would, you know, make it a little bit easier to manage. And for example, yeah, I wonder. We will see it in a second. We can either, because the idea is that, well, you can just take that count out of here, make a modulo with the certain value, and if it's 0, that's where you are hitting it, right? And that's when you want to hit the kick drum, right? But there is one thing that I was hoping that they might add here. Maybe they added here. Did they added the sequencer? Trigger sequence? No. There's no sequencer in here, right? Damn. I might have to write some C++ in the future for Metasounds. Or maybe there is, pardon me, something already. Doesn't look like it. Maybe there is someone written already. Probably someone written it already. Because in regular, musical sequencers, so-called step sequencer, maybe step, I need to add step, no. Something called step sequencer. Maybe let's, show it off in the actual thing. Let's put it out here. Come on. Step sequencer. Yeah, like let's take one from the FL Studio. I could have just launched FL Studio because I have it. You can kind of like input when you want your kick and snare drum to appear, etc. But for random generation, what is most important, you can say that, hey, this kick drum on the first beat of my bar, I want to trigger it only 60% of the time, right? And that way, you can actually create some randomness because you can put in whatever MIDI sequence you want or rhythm sequence you want, and it will be kind of automatically, randomly changing depending on the probability of whether given MIDI event will be triggered or not. And I was hoping that maybe they added something to process that here, but not really, which makes me think like, hey, would it be awesome to code a node, or maybe there is already, a node that could work like that, right? Where I could just be like, okay, here's my full bar, I want to have a trigger going out in this event, but each event has only probability of triggering, right? Because without that, scheduling the beat generation might be a little bit harder. But we'll figure shit out. We always do. If not in today's stream, it might be in some future stream. Actually, I'm curious whether someone did Metasounds step sequencer. Quick Google search doesn't show me anything. Well, we'll see. We might be diving deeper into C++ someone in the future to do that, because quite honestly, that would be super helpful. Super helpful. So, yeah, let's check this shit out. We will have like the division, 4-bar division. Leksterowski says, okay, I'm going to ride a bike. I will watch the rest on the VOD. Have a nice day. Have a nice bike ride, man. Have a nice bike ride. And have a nice rest of the day. I totally get you. The weather is so beautiful. Okay. So we only want to... Yeah. Equals Trigger compare. We only want to trigger the kick drum. You see what kind of shit I will have to deal with? The kick drum only on the first and the third beat, so we only want to compare either to that. Trigger compare. And what, do I have to... Really, there's no like other... No other way of... Ooh, so if I want to... Wow, so the logic here... Oh, wow! I might want to, you know, deep dive to C++ for sequencing shit way sooner than I thought. Okay, okay. So, if it's true, just go and play this shit. If it's false, I need another... Oh my god, I hate this. If it's false, compare it if this is divisible by 3. And I need to any trigger. Oh yeah, sequencing something like that is horrible. And it doesn't work also. Because it's just triggering every time. And the reason is why? Okay, I need to log out the count value because I don't get what's happening here. Is there like some log? Yeah, there is log. Print log float. Great, I don't know. Count, whatever. And just on trigger. And I just need to see it in the... Ah, it counts like that. It starts with 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So why it's not working? Wait, what the... Yeah, it will always... Yeah, I just made a dumb mistake. I need to do modulo, but by 2. And only if it not equals 0, that's what I'm playing, right? Because I only want to trigger it on anything that is not divisible by 2, which is 1 and 3, right? Silly me. Now it should work. And it doesn't, because I'm not triggering comparing. Now it's working. Ram, 3, 2, 4. Okay, so now let's start with the synthesizer, with the snare, right? So we have that thing going on, right? Let's create the snare. Let's save it, of course. Metasounds source, ms snare. Right. We'll synthesize the snare from noise, because why not? So as we established earlier, the noise will sound just like that. Not a very nice sound, right? First of all, as I said, mono mixer up front, because I don't know how many elements I will be adding in the future. It will be at some point a one-shot sound, but I don't know when. For now it is noise and AD envelope. We want to have an AD envelope that will be modulating the volume of our noise each time it's getting triggered. So we will have something like this. Snare length immediately. Length. Yeah, and we have something like that. This could be the basic snare. But it doesn't sound very exciting. Also, I want to modulate the decay curve a little bit. I mean, change the decay curve. Maybe even more. Yeah, and also I might want to add a filter to this whole thing. Let's add some filter. High quad filter, high pass, low pass. How about band pass? Right? Once again, let's see how that sounds. What is that preview? Oh, it's a live preview. Wow, we can edit shit on the live and it will show us how it's being changed. That's nice. Let's quickly create an input out of that. I guess there are some bugs that didn't set up to that range. Maybe let's quickly add this stuff. Add our snare to our clock, right? So it will be triggered. Yeah, repeat it. Basically, I could just use that. And every time it is false, just play the snare. And let's of course mix it in. Something is happening right now, right? We can experiment with the I cannot modify these things in here. Okay. I wanted to play the beat in the other Metasound while modulating in this Metasound, but I guess that's not the kind of a workflow. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to establish what kind of filter do I want. But I guess I might want two filters actually. Both low pass. Oh. Yeah, I might need low pass cutoff. Right? And I might add bi-quad filter, high pass in here. And now I'm wondering about the order of those things. Should it one follow through the other, or should I have them both? Because one will filter out the information for the other one. So it doesn't make that much sense. Or I should add, let's see if there is like a, there's parametric EQ, but it's just only one from what I can see. Okay, so that goes like this. But what about, what other filters do we have? Maybe we can have something. There's a dynamic filter. Oh, without any of the visualization. So it's a no-no from the beginning. No, no, no. Let's look into filter. Filter. Biquad, bit crusher. One pole high pass, one pole low pass. Yeah, okay, let's maybe just leave the low pass filter. Yeah. Let's just leave that. Maybe let's create, you know, LP bandwidth, bandwidth, and let's go up to max. Yeah. And the, of course, there was a reroute. No. LP filter gain. Let's add 5 in here and let's test out. Ah, yeah, gain doesn't work for low pass and high pass. I forgot. Yeah, now we have some snare going on. And let's add one shot back. Where is it? It's here. And when this is done, that's where the sound is done. We have our snare. Right. It's in here. We can also start to add graph input, kick, gain, or kick volume. The max we could probably, you know, make it work a little bit higher, or maybe, no, let's make it into 1. Now, our snare is getting, you know, triggered in the right moments. Let's add some hi-hats maybe, and that's where we will try to figure out the sequencing, randomness, etc., right? So we could have some sort of randomness going on. So let's add just hi-hat and we will start playing around with that. Audio Metasounds first, MS hi-hat. No, get MS hi-hat. Let's go in here. Once again, it will be basically the same structure as here. So I might just copy everything, because I want to synthesize it from noise as well. But different filter will be used in here. So I can, you know, delete those actually. Or just, I will change the name of them in a little bit. Let's put that in the trigger. That is unfinished. And let's of course reroute our mono mixer 8 to output mono, right? Nothing like trying to make music generation Unreal on the Sunday morning. Very sunny morning. I hope you guys have a nice morning as well. Or is it afternoon already? It's afternoon, so I hope you have a nice afternoon. I might need to grab something to eat real quick in a second. But first of all, let's change this filter to actual bandpass. And let's change the name to bandpass bandwidth. Bandpass cutoff. And BP gain. Let's play around with that. It sounds very similar to our snare, so we need to do some changes to it. For example, we will make it way shorter. We will change the cutoff frequency. Yeah, this is our hi-hat for now. Very subtle, very light, but we will add it in here. And I want this to be triggered every 16th, right? So every 16th, I want this to play, right? So it will be here, out mono to input 2. We have a kick volume. Let's add snare volume. Snare volume. And also, let's add our hi-hat volume. And I want to see one thing. If I can just drop those in here and play around with those values in here, and they will change in there as well. Like I put it into half. Yes. So I can just have like a mixing board set up somewhere in here and just play around in that fashion. And I wonder if, let's take a kick knob slider, vertical. Oh, nice. That's exactly what I want. Slider, vertical, and actually, yeah, let's put it as volumes. I like it as volume, and I want this as slider, and I want it as vertical as well. Nice. I didn't know that I could make it a volume 1. That's nice. Now we get some beat going on, right? Maybe I could just make a decay a little bit longer. No. Yeah, and I can just mix it with that. Yeah, I kind of forgot what the tone decay was doing. Yeah, it was doing a decay here. Okay, so it is almost like this. Now let's put it as 0.1. Let's put it as 0. Yeah, we got some beat going on right now. And to add some randomness, I want to experiment on that with hi-hats. Because right now, this is just playing, right? This shit is just playing, and that's not exactly how I want it, right? I want, for example, to have some randomness, that each time it's supposed to play, it should do a random draw, like whether I should play or not. And depending on the seed, you know, changing the seed will create a different pattern automatically of hi-hats. So let's do this, shall we? Yeah, so for example, when it's getting triggered, bool random bool. I have, this will give me like 50% of a chance, right? And compare. If it is true, then actually play that, right? So this should give me like a 50% of the chance of triggering. With the seed 1337, it will be changing variables, and let's actually change global seed to variable. But I cannot turn it into a knob, and I would love to have a knob. So actually what I will do is disconnect that, turn it into float, because I want to change it on the fly, right? It will be, I don't know, from here to like whatever the seed could be, but then to integer, and that will go to seed, right? So for now, I will, you know, put it into 1337. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, each time the hi-hat is supposed to get triggered, which is every 16th of a bar, we're evaluating whether it should get triggered. And with the seed of 1337, we get this rhythm. With another seed, 2137, it creates a completely different rhythm, right? With the 666, yet another completely different rhythm, right? But this allows me only for like a 50% of chance, right? Whether something will be triggered. And the thing is, I might want to play around with the probabilities, right? I might want to play around with the probabilities of the whole sequence of 16 nodes. So the way I would go about it is, first of all, let me random float, I guess. That's what I should be looking into. Minimum and maximum, let's say it's 100, right? So let's delete that. And this is like, hey, out of probabilities going between 0% and 100%, select something, right? And I should compare it to something, right? And that's where we will get into variables, I guess. Or maybe it should be an input, I'm not sure. But let's say hi-hat probabilities. We're experimenting right now because I'm not sure which way, you know, it should be, the data flow should be going. So let's turn it into an array if I can. I can actually. And let's add 16 elements to it, right? So right now I have 16 elements of hi-hat probabilities. And I should just go like get. There's a random get, but I don't want to have a random get. My idea is that when I have 16 elements of, I divide bar into 16 elements, right? if I could assign a probability to each and every 16th, then I'm basically getting a step sequencer, right? Where I could say, hey, for this index, get the probability that it should have, then draw the random value and see if they are comparing, right? Let's see if I can actually, you know, get that shit. But for that to happen, I would have to somehow get a count in here. So I guess I also have to go like count, trigger count, counter. This will get complicated in a second. Yeah, that's why I'm experimenting right now, because I'm not sure which way data should flow. So I'm live freestyling, right? I'm just doing that. Reset count should be 16th, if I remember correctly. And let's not play anything. Let's just log this value, because I'm not sure what the hell am I doing. So let's log this count. I don't know, like hi-hat count. And let's just log it, and because I just want to see and confirm for myself. Yeah, the 16th is the last count. Okay, so it works. So to get the 16 elements out of array, of course, I need to go subtract 1, because we index our array from 0 to 15 in this case, right? I should also probably... Is there... Oh my god, there is no... I cannot realize the logic where I would be... where I would be always taking into the account whether our hi-hat... whether our count is not exceeding our array indexing, right? So I have no way of doing that. Array. There's get last index. Okay, I can get last index, right? And I can just take this and clamp it, right? Clamp integer between 0 and my hi-hat probability is last index. Okay, so there's that. So I can always make sure that I won't be crashing the engine because I'll be reaching out of array. So there's that, there's that. Now, on every 16 node, I can get the value of probabilities in here. Right? This is my value. I should also be triggering my random float in here, and then I should do a compare, right? So next, trigger compare float. Let's compare my value against the probability, and the value that I got should be higher, no, should be lower than the probability of what I have. Because if I have 80% of probability of hitting that, right, of hitting the node, anything that's between 0 and 80% that will be randomly, you know, drawn here, should be accepted, right? So less than or equals the probability. And if that is true, then we are playing our hi-hat. And with that way, I should just be able to, you know, put 100 everywhere. And it will just play every note, right? Oh my god, outputting sequences like this is horrible. Yeah, I see myself in the future jumping into C++ just to make a specific struct that will make it a little bit easier. And also I'm wondering, how do they make those visualizations of filters, for example? Because maybe I could make a visualization for step sequencer or something like this. I don't know. That would be cool endeavor to go through, but right now it will just play everything, right? But hi-hat probabilities. Now I can start changing things, right? For example, I can get 50% in here, 50% in here, 10% in here, 80% in here, right? Now I can have more modularity to it. And I can just play around with it. For example, I want to know that on every first, second, third, and fourth beat, I want to have a hi-hat, right? So it will be, this is the first beat, this is the fifth beat, this is the eighth beat. So I want to have 100%. Sorry, this is the one that I want to have, yes. Yeah, that's that shit. Yeah, and I can just start blasting this. I don't know, 40. Or I could just go, maybe I overkilled it. I might have overkilled it. Maybe 50% was just okay. No, that one was supposed to be 100. Right. That one I can have as, I don't know, 50. Yeah. Some of them will be cutting out depending on the seed, right? Yeah, okay, so you can create like the probability per sequence step situation in here. Also, it just made me realize I could create like a primitive steep sequencer when I could just blast out 16 or maybe even 32 divisions of the whole node and just toggling whether something should be played or not, and whether there is an audio event, and then draw probability, and that's how you could create the rhythms out of this shit. Yeah, like for real. And you could, for example, I could make it so that the kick never triggers with the snare, but everything else is a fair game of randomization, right? The kick is super loud. At least on my end. Yeah, but this might be a little bit overboard. I don't think at least for me. I will save it up, like in here. Or I won't be saving this up. Actually, let's just, bring back the 50% of shit happening, because I don't care that much for the randomization to specify individual probabilities for each sequence step. I don't care that much, I'll be honest. If it is supposed to just run in the background and produce just music, right? That will be in a background music. I don't care that much about this. So that was an overboard overkill for this shit, but it was still nice to check if it could be done. But the data flow it's not nice to click things like that. It would be better to have a different visualization for that. I don't need this trigger counter. I only need this. I only need that. And yeah. And bool comparison. Compare. If it is true, then just play the snare, right? Yeah, the only thing that I cannot realize with that is making sure that very specific parts of rhythms will be hit, right? Like, for example, if I want to hit every 4th 16th and the rest of it is random, I cannot realize it without the previous stuff, right? But for hi-hats, I do not care that much, right? Yeah, how about that? Let's try to do similar logic with kick drums. So for example, I want to use similar logic for kick drums, but I don't want to count only 4s. I only want to count 16s, or maybe even 32s, but let's stay with 16s, right? So which way I should go about it? Because I kind of want to right now have a logic that, hey, these are the moments where I want for you to hit for sure, and the rest of it is a fair fucking game, right? And maybe not every 16th, maybe every 8th, right? So I could make it so that, you know, it would omit every 1st and every 4th repeat, right? But that doesn't seem that nice. So how to go about this shit? Let's bring back snare here. Yeah, I would also have to count repeats and, for example, omit every 1st, 5th, and so on. Just straight up not trigger anything, and the rest of it is a fair game. I guess that's how I would go about it. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, because I was thinking about maybe I could also make an array of bools and show where things should be hit, and then the probability, maybe make it into like a meta sound or meta sound patch or whatever, right? I could do that. I could go that way. Damn, there are so many routes I could go with right now. There's also the couple of things that, you know, let's turn on the notepad. Couple of things that I could do in here. Metasounds generator. Metasounds beat generator. Couple of things to consider here. First of all, more general randomization of rhythm pattern. Another thing would be note randomization and sound modulation parameters randomization. These are the things that I kind of want to consider right now. And I need to go on a small break, so you'll have to excuse me for a hot second. This is the thing that we'll be going back to. More randomization with the rhythm pattern. Note randomization and sound modulation parameter randomization. Yeah, just I need to take a quick break and I'll be right back in a hot second. So let me write it into a chat. Okay, so see you in a hot second. I need to take a break. I'm back in here. Yo, yo, yo. If I could rap in English, I would just burst into freestyle. Yeah, but during the small break, I kind of decided that, yeah, ability to specify which parts of the beat I want to make sure that they are always triggered, and which part I'm like, yeah, this is the moment where I don't care, do the random shit. Feels kind of important, right? So the way I want to go about it is maybe create a generalized meta sound that will be triggering. It will contain all the logic and the data needed for that, and we could just trigger it every 16 note in here. That's what I figured I'll try to do. We'll see if it will work out, right? So MS probability sequencer. I don't know if that should be the name or whatever, but that is the name. And should it finish? Oh wow, that's a philosophical question, because it won't be processing any audio. No, it will. Wow. No, it. I guess it should be finished. Maybe. I'm not sure, because the way I want to go about it is like, first, let's create the input of booleans. The first input of booleans, and it will be called note on array, right? And it will be array. It is an information about whether the note should be triggered or not at all, before even probability is being drawn, right? So the way I want to go about it, it will be a double layer of things, right? First, it will be an information about whether, like, there will be from 1 till 16th. I will divide all of the beat into 16 elements, so it will be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 elements, right? Okay, let me quickly take care of this. Should have written out those things before, but my brain doesn't work in linear fashion. Yeah, so I have all those elements of beat, right? The most important, of course, are the first, the fifth, 9th, and the 13th. These are the 1, 2, 3, 4 beats from a bar, right? And I will have two arrays. One that dictates whether we should be even considering playing the sound, right? So it will be, for example, true, true, false, true, etc., etc. And then the probability. If we are triggering this sound, let's trigger it for 100%. This one, or maybe not percentages. Also booleans. Let's use booleans, right? Should you draw probability? Should be playing always? Yes. Should, if false, it means let's try to use probability to determine whether it should be played, etc., etc. And I'm using bools because I don't care for 80% of hitting of something, 50%, because I'm driving everything by seed, right? So that's the way, that's two layers of array and information I kind of want to trigger, right? So let's quickly add 16 elements, right? So the most important will be, well, if we actually enumerate it by how computers work, it will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc., etc. Basically 4, 8, 12, and the rest, right? And everything will be set to true. as a default, right? So hit every node on this, right? And this is one of our probabilities, and node on array, and let's duplicate that. Node on 50% probability, right? Whether we should consider it or not. And here, when it's set to true, it means we are not considering probability, we are playing it. That's the way we should go about it. I said something different previously, but that would be a wrong decision, I think. So if it's not, it's like, no, play it for sure. If it's set to true, yeah, consider 50% chance whether you should play it. And the way I would go about it is, once we trigger it, basically, or should I not use the onPlay event? Actually, I don't want to use onPlay event because I have an outside clock that will be constantly ticking it. So we kinda, it feels like we're building synthesizer or DAW on our own, right? But we'll be calling on clock tick, right? And this will be a trigger event. And I start to think, instead of it being Metasound, it should be Metasound patch. Let's do a Metasound patch of it, because it actually won't be playing, it won't be finishing, it will be just a patch that will process some data and output some data, right? So MSP probability sequencer, right? Let's just copy everything over. I can't just, ooh, so I have to go like that. I can't copy those. Are you shitting me? But can I copy it like that? I can. I wouldn't want to, like, you know. Yeah. Okay, so let's delete that. Yeah, force delete, I don't care. We have that, and we have on clock tick event, right? And it will use a counter. Trigger counter. Each time it's being ticked, it will calculate. The reset counter is 16th, as we established. And yeah, we have this count. Last index. We always have to, before we actually get anything from here, anything from here, right? We have to clamp our count between 0, of course, and that actually will be -1, because we are we are counting from it's funny, in music we are counting from 1, in programming we are counting from 0, etc, etc. So we have to take that into the account. So we have to clamp that those values, right? And this is our index, and now we have to do compare, trigger compare further, get the element, then compare this shit to this shit. And if it is true, which means it should call on things, we are doing similar thing here. We'll be doing reroute, and another reroute, just to get things in order. Now, let's take note on 50% ability array. Oh, we already have that. Let's take get. If it's true. And once again, the same shit. We have to make sure that our index is nicely clamped, but with a different array hooked up. and set it up for here. And we once again are compiling booleans, right? If we are set to false, just trigger on play. Output. How to call it? Just successful trigger. Yeah, why not? Trigger. If it's not equal true, it means we don't need to consider probability. Always play it, right? So just successful trigger. And if it does, that's we'll be getting random boolean. Next, we'll be comparing it once again. If it is true, that's where you go to. I can only have one output, not possible per graph. What the flying fuck? Okay. So I guess we'll be doing any node. Trigger any. Either this will trigger the successful trigger, or that will trigger the successful trigger. One of these two, right? So now we generalized the idea of, hey, let's check if we should play the node, if we should even consider playing a node, and then if we should be considering probability, right? The one thing that we should also add is graph input seed, random seed. And that should work. That should be our generalized, like, sequence, basically. So right now we'll try to use that, right? It is our MSP patch. I hope, there's one thing that I hope, that we can put one of it here and the other in here, and that they will be considered as two different. Yes, they will be. Okay, they are considered as two different, completely separate nodes, right? So right now we are unhooking our kick drum from our clock that would just be counting, you know, the divisions of 4-bar loop. So now we only have kick and snare drum turned off, actually. But the tick will be from the 16th. Oh no! One thing I was hoping that would show up is if I clicked on that, I would be able to just, you know, do that. Instead, oh my god. Okay. So I guess we have to turn all those into variables, actually. Let's see. Note on array. I was thinking that I could change the inputs there as well, but and I am aware of the fact that I could just concatenate those two arrays into one full of floats where 100, I could just type in whether I want something or not with the values between 100 and 0, right? And I could just put everything into 100 and I will make sure that everything plays. But that would be way too much clicking, in my opinion, and typing in numbers, because it's not that easy to, you know, edit in here. That's why I would probably code my own data or code my own node where I could realize it in a more visual way. And clicking booleans is just way faster. But I'm aware of that I could concatenate this two into one layer of arrays, right? Why it doesn't add? That's some weird shit. Yeah, because clicking one thing and typing 100 everywhere and then zeros or whatever or 50s is annoying as fuck. And just clicking through those booleans is easy. But let's see if it will actually show up in here if I select it. No, it also doesn't show up in here. That is annoying as fuck, I'll be honest. Can I make it like visible or something? If it's an array. No, not really. That sucks because I thought that I could just select my Metasound patch and just click through things. Maybe I fucked it up by using Metasound patch. Let's use the audio Metasound source. MS test. And do some array in here. Whatever. And it's an array and it has like 4 floats. Okay, and let's create another. An array of floats, whatever, or of booleans, whatever. And let's see if I bring that to my beat clock. Sorry. After selecting this, will I have... No, I only have... Actually, only this is editable. And even then, oh my god, it sucks that you have to input arrays like that. Oh my god, it sucks so much ass. But okay, we'll work with what we're given. I was thinking I'm being smart and I'm generalizing, you know, some logic in here, but it turns out no, it doesn't work that way. And if I'm making an error and actually you can do something to make to show anything in detail so I can just click through things, let me know in the comments or in the chat, because I would love to do this. Wait, there's something like is a constructing pin. Is an advanced pin. How about we just use that? No, I still cannot. Nope. I was thinking that maybe turning it into a constructor pin will make it selectable in there, but okay, whatever. What fucking ever. We will just put my global seed in here, right? And we will just create those arrays. But there's one thing, I want to have node array above node on 50% array. So I guess I have to do something like this. What the hell happened? Ah, the higher the number, the lower on list. Okay. So I want to this be on top of this. I want to be this on top of this. Then it can have a play. And random seed will be the 4th one. I hate ordering like this, but you know, it is what we're working with, right? So this is our global seed, our clock tick. I can prompt it to grab variable and be like kick drum pattern. And I, by hand, that's why I hate it, because I wanted to make sure that if I gave default values of 16 elements with the default values, I could just, you know, click through things on the node. But I see, and oh my god, I will have to do it for every freaking pattern. Okay, but doesn't matter, right? Okay, so actually I don't want to play on the fifth one. I don't want to play it here. I don't want it to play here. And the rest of it is a fair game. Now I have to graph variable. Kick. Kick drum probabilities. And it might be even more annoying with floats if it was just floats and that's it, right? But then I wouldn't have to create 16 elements for it and re-click and everything. Yeah, you know what? Let's change it into floats, I guess. Yeah. Let's change it into actual floats. Let's change it. I was thinking that I'm being smart and saving myself work. Instead, I added myself some work. Be better than me. But that's, you know, what happens when you're experimenting with stuff. So basically what would happen here is I would just get a float. Right, and the first point of comparison, I can delete all of that shit here. It's not really needed. Get last index. Yeah, first of all, we are counting this whole thing, right? And on trigger, get this float. Let's delete that and that. Let's hook up our index in here. And first of all, let's compare. If the probability is 100, then successful trigger. What the flying fuck? Here, any. Yeah, let's maybe put in 4. And you just trigger the successful trigger, right? If the probability is 100, then we're going with that. If it's not, then oh boy, let's take our element once again. Let's random float between this and 100 with our seed. Random seed, right? And then let's compare that actually with our element. Let's put in a reroute to make it look just a little bit more bearable. Compare it, and if it is less than or equals our probability value, that's where you are triggering successful trigger. Other than that, you don't do jack shit, right? Let's just do this, because if we are creating the arrays from the get-go one way or the other, might as well, you know, do that. I might just delete that, and that, right? Delete that. Note on array should be 0. Yeah, I have to make an array anyway. The one thing that I don't like here is that I have to input 16th of those on my own. But on the other element, it allows me to create those, I forgot the name of it, but you could basically have one sequence that has, for example, 16th division of the bar, but the other have 3, only 3. And those are called Euclidean rhythms or something like this, where different instruments are working on a different note division, basically. Right, so here I have to just go and copy that value everywhere, which is, and let's just trash it. Let's just go like this, 100, Let's just duplicate it 16 times. 16 fucking times. It's killing me. I'm already annoyed. Yeah, I have to rethink for the next Metasounds stream, which I don't know when it will happen, but at some point it will happen, to create some C++ class. Why I'm not doing it right now? Because I actually want to have some measurable audio something at the end of the stream, not deep dive into C++ right now. So there's that. Okay, so we have 100. I don't want to trigger on this. I don't want to trigger on 8th, and I don't want to trigger on... No, sorry, I want to trigger here. I don't want to trigger... Wait, I kind of got lost. Boom, chop, boom, and chop here. Here's where the snare will be. Everything else is a fair game. Let me put in 50% everywhere. It's a ridiculous way to schedule. Wait, this one should be 100. To schedule any pattern, but you know, whatever. Yeah, this allows for flexibility. This should trigger that. Let's see if it works. It works. And by changing global seed, I'm changing the pattern of the kick. Let's leave it at 2137. And let's make the kick drum volume even lower. Nice, it actually worked. We, you know, were traveling around, not making a progress, trying to see how we should sequence things. We ended up with something. I'm still not super happy with the user experience on that, but at least we arrived at something. And we shall call that kick drum pattern. Right, and we will... And we still are doing this, and actually we should be just doing that, really. This is kinda aggressive. Yeah, so right now what we kinda solved is more general randomization of a rhythm pattern, right? I'm still not happy about this. I would love to deep dive into C++ Node to do that, but you know, not for now, right? So we don't need actually division into fourths or eighths. We only need this, right? Okay, I also want to put global SID in here. This is like my mixer. Mixer. And let's make it into maybe blue. Baby blue, right? And I don't know, 48. Because there will be a lot more elements in our mixer, and let's put it somewhere here because I might want to, you know, mix it in a different way. Also, I might need a trigger for like, hey, let's change the global seed. There might be more logic added to it in the future, but I'm having so much fun right now with it. Okay, so now I need to copy that. When it repeats out, I'm ticking this clock. Unsuccessful trigger, I'm triggering snare, and I'm duplicating the kick drum pattern, calling it snare drum pattern. Once again, But this time I'm inverting. Want to play on every at the moments where the snare usually played, which would be 4th and which would be 12th, right? I never want to play on the 1st. Never want to play it on the 8th, right? Yeah, it looks about right. For some reason, this is a this is a 50 as well, and I guess yeah, this should be a 52. And let's, see how snare drums will be randomized nicely. I actually might want to do it a little bit different. For example, I never want to play them here. I only want to randomize in here. Then where the kick section happens, I never want to play them as well. And only after the proper snare, I want to randomize them. Let's see that. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work right now. I must have some bug. Oh, I know what the bug is. It should be less than. Now it should be playing. Because even though I set probability to 0, I was drawing something between 0 and 100%. No, actually it doesn't make sense. Wait. If my random value is lesser, sorry, if that is lesser, and oh, of course it will always be lesser than this, so I should do another, I should just do another comparison in here. Trigger, compare, float, and I should just compare it to 0, and if it is 0, then nothing, and if it is not 0, that's where you get into here, right? So when it is 0, don't even do anything. Just don't do anything. If it is different than 0, that's where you should go into, hey, let's get random seed, let's compare, etc, etc, etc. Right? Yeah, that was debug. I was also having a note on whenever things were set to be not played. This is our 2137 seed beat. That's great. It is very aggressive right now. Those kick drums are constantly playing almost. Maybe I should also do what I did for snares, that whenever the snare section is playing, I'm not triggering any kick drums at all. Let's just do it for shits and giggles. Yep. This is our 2137 random beat. Yeah, and also let's adjust our hi-hats for that. Hi-hat, drum pattern. And it is ordered alphabetically. That's fine, that's fine. Let's just copy that. Let's just delete this shit. On every successful trigger play, note on array, hi-hat drum pattern, and basically we will put 50 everywhere. And I cannot quickly go through this. That's great. I have to go like this, which is annoying as hell. Yeah, it's 50% for every step of the way. This is our 2137 beat. We have an hour and 10 minutes left, so there are two things that, you know, I wanted to do: note randomization and sound modulation parameters randomization. For note randomization, we might want to create yet another synth, something more interesting, like for example some super saw or whatever it is being called. Yeah, let's try that, just so we could have some musical information going on, right? We have our beat. Don't worry, it doesn't mean that I will be using that exact beat generator in all the future streams, because I think it might be unlistenable. It's not yet usable, I think, for all the future streams. But it is a step forward when it comes to avoiding copyright and content ID abuse from online grifters. So yeah, that's one way of going about it. Now let's synthesize like super saw. This is basically quite well known patch or whatever, I don't know how to call it really. Basically you take a saw wave, which sounds a little bit, let's already add mono mixer to it, eighth, which sounds kinda dull at the beginning, right? Because it's just, pardon me for that, it's just that, right? But let's actually put it into like something different, like MIDI to frequency float. I don't know, let's put in 36. Yeah, it sounds something like that. But what if you actually, or you know, add a couple of more saw waves and detune them just slightly, right? Just slightly, and you might even put them in the phase offset or whatever, but you take that one note, the main wave will have that frequency, but the rest of it will be detuned just slightly. So for example, subtract, I don't know, 10 hertz from it, subtract 20 hertz from it. Usually when you're working with synths, you're dealing with cents, which is a percentage of a semitone, but I don't know how to, you know, no, actually I do know. Wait, if this is actual our MIDI, we can just go like this, and this. Put this as graph input, which would be MIDI note in, right? And here we will just go minus subtract 0.1 and hook it up. Here we will go minus 0.2, and here we will go add 0.1, right? For now, maybe let's just mix in that one and that one. it sounds way more powerful immediately. But it is all in sync when it comes to the phase. So let's maybe introduce, like, I don't know, 2, 4 phase offset. Maybe higher. It's in degrees, so maybe like 30 degrees here and 60 degrees here. Yeah, it sounds super powerful, right? We can also go, you know, a little bit higher. Maybe I could also make it a little less loud for y'all. So let's put in like 0.8 at least, or a half of it. Let's also mix in that one. Ah, yeah. Now that one doesn't sound nice. Yeah, we'll delete that one, and now we have something usually called super saw. The more saws you add, the more powerful it can sound. You can do lots of other stuff to it. There is also something called additive synth, but it is connected to the sinusoids, right? So you can just adjust bass frequency, amplitudes, harmonic multipliers, and you will get something similar, but only for sine waves. Let's look at generators. Maybe there will be something more. Oh, there is already a super oscillator in. Nice. So we can, instead of using all those saw waves, we can just use one, right? Put in the frequency in here. Let's not mix anything like that. Here. Put the frequency in, detune it ever slightly. I don't know, like blend, glide, pulse with it, and it will be saw. And I want to have 6 voices. That is way better because I don't have to copy all those notes all the time. I can just go like this, and we have super powerful synth, right? I cannot. What? Are you kidding me? Wait, 128. Usually you can just type in shit like this. Yeah, you can. Yeah, and we can make it less detuney. It will sound a little bit narrower. Or more detuney. What if we go with this? Okay, and what if we go with 1? Super hardcore. And how it will blend all those? Yeah, the blend dictates how the decibels of the detuned voices are relative to the primary voice. Right now I put them minus 20 decibels. I might just put them on minus 6. Or maybe minus 3, which means it will be half in power if I remember correctly. Or you can just set them as... You can use it for other types of waveforms, like for example, square, which also will sound super powerful. But I love this, how the saw feels. Yeah, so we'll use that for musical information. At least for now, of course, we have to use the envelope. But here's the kicker. Usually we were dealing with the transient sound, which was like a snare, hi-hat. Here, we might want to stretch the sound out a little bit, right? So here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. We have to use the ADSR envelope, the full envelope I was talking about, right? Which means that until I trigger release, it will be playing, right? Which will sound like this. I have to add input on release as a trigger and put it here, and that way it will be slowly fading out, right? Sustain level, let's put it as 1. I don't want this to be going anywhere. Release time, put it in half. Maybe release curve in 0.4. Yeah. And I could just call it a day, but I don't want it. To make it a little bit sound a little bit cooler, we should add some noise to it, just to shape it a little bit, and most probably filter the whole super oscillator. Right, so first let's add some noise to it, and immediately also ADSR in here. That will be working in very similar fashion. Yeah, but right now, here, we will make a sustain level like way lower. I think we overdid it. Now we overdid it in the other way. Yeah, that's lots of balancing like that. Yeah, now I like it. Yeah. And I also wanted to filter the super oscillator a little bit with 2 filters. Basically a high pass filter and low pass filter. Low pass filter lets you pass any information that is on the lower end, and you can tune what lower end might mean for you, and the high pass is the opposite. You might easily filter out bass, right? So let's add filter, biquad filter. Yes, let's first add maybe the low pass, yes. And then biquad filter, the high pass. Yeah, and that way we'll be able to steer the parameters of this saw filter. So it will sound a little bit less aggressive. or it could. So what we need to do right now is create the low pass cutoff. Low pass band with it. It's one thing. High pass cutoff. And high pass band with it. It is such a hard word for Polish speaking people. With if. Okay. Why you would use such frequency? Also use it in frequency, logarithmic scale. Yeah, the same for here. I want to have frequency, logarithmic scale. Yeah, so I can make it sound a little bit more like this. And with the noise, what I'm thinking of, we could add a little bit of sweeping, which means there will be a sound that will be giving us the idea of moving, right? So we will also add a biquad filter, but it will be a band pass, I think. That's what we will do. Let's put it into like 8,000, for example, or 300. Bandwidth, whatever, etc. But the thing is, we'll be using a generator. There is something called LFO, low frequency oscillator. Let's put it in here, right? Which allows for creation of low frequency signals, like below the audible levels, frequencies, sorry. Below the audible frequencies. But they can modulate other parameters. For example, our cutoff frequency, where, for example, I have the base cutoff frequency as this, and let's, turn it into noise BP frequency, and I cannot type. And I could just constantly be adding float this, and that way I will be oscillating around my desired frequency, right? And we can observe how it moves around. Right? Actually, I want to cut off the low pass a little bit. Let's turn off this. Yeah, let's also increase, like it can go between those value, and let's put it into frequency domain, right? We can see it's not going very far, right? And it's staying a little bit in regular frequency, but we can go like this with those value. Oh, sorry, 1000. And we hear more of a movement, right? Now I can drop that frequency into like 1. Maybe even half. I could actually turn that into graph input and call this noise PP frequency LFO frequency. Yeah, it starts to look like material, some complicated material, because that's kind of how it behaves. This is our noise. All right, and we can visually see it moving. And we can even change the bandwidth of it into like even smaller version of it. Yeah, and let's add our super saw to the equation. And maybe let's have 3 voices actually. We can also change that into like sine, but it won't sound great. And a square, which sounds funny. Triangle, which sounds like a little bit more bit crust saw sine, because it kinda is. But I like that. Yep, so we have some kind of instrument going on, right? And we are simulating release with that. And that's all great and shit. But now let's figure out how to put it into a beat and actually create some musical randomness, right? Because okay, we have super saw, but what? I'll just drop it in here and it will be like, okay. And what? The beat sounds like this. With the 2137 random generators, we can turn it into 1337. Yeah, we can constantly change our global seeds. That's cool, actually. But let's figure out some note information, right? Because one thing, right now we'll be constantly triggering on play, but also the musical instrument might also need an information about when to release our sound, right? That's the thing, because otherwise it will be holding it. So do we call release only when the on note gets the 0 value, right? 0% of probability. So it's not exactly that. Or we should just change our probability to our probability sequencer to have output unsuccessful trigger. to have that, right? And of course have any added to it. That goes unsuccessful, that goes unsuccessful, and I think that's it. And so now maybe we could just do something like this. On clock tick, every successful trigger we're hitting on play, every unsuccessful we're hitting on release, right? And let's mix that shit in with our sound. And let's make graph input super so volume. And of course I want this to be volume. And I want this to be slider vertical. And I want to have a copy of it in my impromptu mixer. I'm not sure how it will sound, probably like ass, but let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like ass, but at least we are triggering nodes and untriggering nodes, right? So for example, right now, I will just duplicate this and call this super so pattern. Let's actually trash it, trash everything, and let's carefully plan it out. Like, for example, I want this to be 100. Yeah, let's carefully plan. Why at some point it just stops adding stuff when I'm just clicking into this, right? Let's say, for example, I want to trigger here. I want to for sure trigger here, here, and here. And maybe 50% here, 50% here. Right? Okay, I have way of triggering it randomly, but right now, yeah, the instrument sounds like ass, I'll be honest. So how about I change the cutoff of it? Right now in here. Okay, and how it sounds in the beat. Yeah, it still sounds like ass, but let's figure out the note events. Yeah, that's the thing that we'll be troubling with making this beat generator. Lots of time will be spent just on synthesizing something, some instruments that don't sound like ass. But, you know, it will be fun. But let's figure out what to do with the MIDI notes, right? We know that we can have MIDI to frequency, right? We know we can have scale to note array, which will give us some scale. For example, we can go with minor pentatonic, right? Yeah, for example, like this, right? And we can get a random get float. So it should take random notes from our value on every successful trigger. We should add, if I remember correctly, like an octave or two to make it bearable, then turn it into MIDI and just put it as, wait, how do I go about notes here? Where's the super so? Yeah, it's just a frequency. It's just a frequency in hertz. So I actually named it badly. Frequency in. That's how it should be called. And it should be frequency logarithmic 20,000, right? Yeah. So now MIDI to frequency. And let's see. We need to probably add a little bit more octaves in. If I had such music in the background for my streams, it would be unbearable. So, but at least we have some idea for, yes, of course, I also forgot to put in global SID in here. Let's use the Virgin. Yeah, you can play around with this shit all the time. Yeah, I'm not really satisfied with the notes result because it's just taking a scale, taking the random notes out, and it doesn't really sound that great, right? Even if we go like, yeah, harmonic minor. Yeah, I think it would be better to just put in the exact notes that you want in a scale and let it select from those 4 notes or whatever. What if we put in whole blues? Sounds bluesy to y'all? Do you feel like you're in Louisiana? No, no. It sounds unlistenable. Whatever the seed, it just sounds unlistenable. So that's the part on the previous stream where I was talking about I need to prepare a little bit for that because I'm not sure in what way I wanna provide any sorts of note input that actually would sound at all musical. My guess is I would probably have to sit down, think of chord progressions, create data for how chord progressions are going, and have some sort of code or a Metasound script or whatever select the root notes of those chords, and for example, hey, for the bass, just use the root notes of those chords. For the rest of it, you can just go up and down on all those chord progressions, because right now it's just using a scale, and it's basically the same as if you took piano, put stickers on the scale, and just start randomly pressing keyboards for whatever the scale it is. It sounds like ass, so I'm tuning down the super saw volume, because that at least it's somewhat listenable, but it's still super aggressive. So what if we put it into the super slow-mo? Six, 6, random seed. Yeah, it sounds somewhat listenable, but I also realized that I need to promote it to a graph input between 180 from 30. That makes sense. Yeah, and it can be a slider like that. And also, I want to have it in my mixer, impromptu mixer, up in here. Yeah. Yeah, so that's how it goes. All right, I need to take a quick break, so I'll be back. I'll be back shortly. So I'll see you in a hot second. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Oh my god, I hate working in headphones so much. My whole head gets super hot and heavy. But okay. So we have. Let's maybe comment on things. This is the kick section. Kick. Oh, and the kick volume also goes in there, of course. Yeah, it starts to look very complicated, right? Like some kind of master material or whatever. Here is my snare. And why it doesn't allow me to comment immediately, I'm not sure. Here's my hi-hat. UX. Okay, here's my hi-hat for this shit, and here's my super saw. Super saw. Okay. We won't be dealing with super saw today that much because I need to prepare and think a little bit more about the whole musical information. So from the super short list that I have in here, I think we'll take care of sound modulation parameters randomization, right? Because right now the global seed would only be influencing the patterns, right? But I kind of also want to change the way the kick drums sound, for example, and the snare sounds. Sometimes they will be longer, sometimes it will be shorter. And the thing is, I want to have one consistent length for the specific seed, right? So I want it to always, for example, if I tell it, hey, get anything from the length between 0 and 2, for the 1337 seed, I always want to get the same shit, right? So that's exactly what we are going to do. It's going to be get random float, right? Unsuccessful trigger will be triggering this. That's not the note I wanted. Random float. That's the note I wanted, really. I want to put in global seed, of course, in here. And between 0.01 and change it into time domain. Yeah, that's basically it, at least for that shit. I think. Let's also maybe log out this value. I want to see. Random kink length. No, it's always different. I always wanted to have the same value. But actually it sounds kind of cool. Huh, maybe that's the desired effect. Maybe I actually like this effect. Because you can never know what is coming, right? I have to think about that. Whether I like this effect or not. But yeah, basically. And which parameters I want to randomize, because I'm not sure if I want to randomize, for example, noise frequency cutoff, or maybe. Let's see, do I? Yeah, let's turn that off. Let's trigger that. And it will be between, I don't know. Let's get into a kick drum and see our noise frequency cutoff. It is being put in here. Okay. So probably 8,000 is the max I could give it, right? So somewhere between 8,000 and I don't know, 200. Select any of this, right? And use it in here. I don't like the effect, I'll be honest. So, I like the fact that I can randomize the length of the kick. But I'm not sure if I like random changing of the filter, because it sounds a little weird. What about this? Yeah, I can go with the random snare length as well. Might even be the exact same values. Let's see how it will play. It sometimes cuts out too much, so I should probably set it as something not as hardcore. The same here. Okay, let's try this with the filter. Will I like, yeah, I guess it's going to be a lot of trial and errors whether like, when I'm like, okay, do I like the change to a filter like this? If not, then, you know. Then no. 8,000 and minimum, I don't know, 100. Let's see. Some of those are way too hardcore. Don't know how I should. It kind of feels cool, but it seems like sometimes it is way overboard. I guess I have to rethink also how I would go about changing, swapping out snares on the lifetime, etc. If I'll buy some, royalty-free samples for snares, for example, I might want to swap out some of the synthesized snare for the samples, etc., etc. I have to figure out that shit. Because right now I'm thinking, yeah, okay, that shit is great, but this type of snare will only go so far. I would have to synthesize like 8 different snares and mix between them. Because with that, I won't get that much too far, right? But I didn't like the effect of playing around with randomness on kick drum. It sounded weird for me. But on snare, I like it way better. Yeah, and when it comes to like streaming, it will be the music would be put into way lower volume, but for now I don't think it's ready to be used for my future streams as a background music yet. Yeah, the same with like hi-hats. When I think about that, I'm thinking I could be changing the cutoff for each hi-hat individually, but I think I'd rather had like a sweep going on, right? Yeah, so basically when I'm thinking about that, what I would rather need, for example, for certain parameters to be randomized is instead of like, hey, every time I'm triggering it with this seed, I'm getting a different value, right? Some of the values, of course, will be repeatable. But I might want to just select randomly some values on play and save them into variables and then just use them. And each time I'm triggering a play, select those values and just use them as one thing. For example, for hi-hats, I would like to introduce the sweep across the bandwidth. So it will just be sweeping around, right? Sorry, on the cutoff frequency. Because we are using band pass filter, which works like this. It only allows for certain frequency to pass through, right? So it would feel continuous rather than... Yeah, let's try achieving that. Just a quick sec. Yeah. There's that, and yeah, let's try. I'm not even sure how you would do this. I never really set a variable inside of Metasound graph as a part of its logic, if you know what I'm saying. Like, for example, yeah, let's introduce hi-hat, BP, sweep, bass frequency. And yeah, right now it is 12,000 hertz. Yeah, let's just copy that. But let's say on the begin, on play, before any repeats are happening, can I just set this value? How can I set hi-hat. I can. Okay, so I could go like random float with my seed in here. Set whatever I need in here and set it as the base value, right? And for example, set it as 16,000 and between 8,000, and it should be my base frequency that I will be using in here that I could sweep around, right? So this LFO, let's use the LFO frequency like 2 hertz or maybe 5 hertz, so we could actually hear it a little bit better. Minimum value, I don't know, minus 100, plus 100, I don't know, depending on the value in here, it should be changing, right? So maybe we should go like this, multiply 25% of that frequency and put it in here as a plus, and subtract 0 minus this as a minimum value, right? So we could get like some sort of consistent sweep, and depending on whether we are on the logarithmic scale, right? And let's add that. Yeah, and this will be our cutoff. Let's see how it will fare. Let's put snare down and kick down. Do we even hear the sweep? What is the value right now here? 15,000. So here, plus 3,000. I guess the effect is exactly the same as if we were just selecting the sweep all the time. Or if we just, instead of using our pattern, we just hooked up everything to on play. We can also see that. Or we can make it half. It should start sweeping way better. Now we're talking. That's the kind of effect I wanted. That's the kind of effect I kind of wanted. Maybe 70%. Okay, now we can hear the sweeping effect going on. But yeah, as I thought, it will be lots of trial and errors for which parameters I actually want to modulate randomly when I'm changing the global seed and which I'm not, right? No, this super saw is lame as hell. But that's the way to take care of, like, hey, I want to select randomly some parameters for my instruments at the beginning and not change them or sweep around them or whatever, right? But not change them with every time my note hits. That's the way of going about this. So we discovered a couple of things. First of all, I might need to write some C++ code for nodes to better create patterns than this, an array with floats with the probabilities. So we could just visually, you know, put in the node in here, click through a couple of things and visually see what's going on. That's one thing. I need to figure out how to randomly generate MIDI information so it will sound better and I won't be using LLMs. Not because I have something against them, it's more like, hey, let's just do that because that's fun. Yeah, and that might also end up as its own custom C++ node, or like a completely different Metasounds source. I'm not sure yet what should I go about it, other than just like, hey, let's put in as many chord progressions, code as many as chord progressions as possible without any specific timing. Just, hey, these are the chord progressions, and then evaluate them somehow on that scale. Yeah, that's how I think it might go down. And for any future stream, when it comes to like this Metasound beat generator, I would also need to figure out, okay, let's say I will have 20 synthesized kick, 20 sample kicks, changing them out on the fly, right? Because right now, I don't want to have the effect of like each time I trigger a kick, it sounds like a new kick sample or new synthesized kick, right? I only want this to happen, for example, every 3 minutes or something like this. Yeah. So there's that. Like after some time passes, let's change the global state, which will trigger changing some of the parameters, the semi-static parameters, the ones that are only changing when the song is changing, right? And the rest of it, let it be randomly generated. Yeah, that's kind of how I have to go about it. So I also need to add a trigger of change song, which will trigger changing, which will trigger basically this note, like, hey, let's take the global seed, and every variable that I will have that needs to be pre-selected when the song changes will trigger, and that's where we will actually go into the song, right? And to do it smoothly, so it will sound like a crossfade, basically means that I will just have to have two audio components that will be crossfading each time the change of the song should happen, right? So there's one way of going about that. Yeah, I think that kind of covers it. I wanted to see if there are other cool visualizer nodes, but they're not. We only have something like this. And I wonder how this reverberation situation is going in Metasounds. Reverb. There is plate reverb, one plate reverb. Huh, let's put it on snare. Maybe. Oh, we need some stereo mix. Okay. It means that the Metasound actually will be stereo. Outright. Okay, so we need stereo mixer, I guess. So here will be regular beat. And the snare will actually not be coming through here, but through the reverb. Oh, that's the situation to consider. We will have some reverb. I mean, we only have right now plate reverb, but we might have some other effects going on that might require stereo information, and we also need to take care of that mix. Lots of things to consider for the future Metasounds stream. Sorry for that. That was an explosion of sound. Ah, yeah, because snare volume doesn't... the fader doesn't affect the actual snare volume right now. Yeah, so maybe wet level should be like 40%. And wet level, basically, I don't understand why it is being called like this. I never understood my whole life. But dry level means the signal without changes. Wet level, the signal with the reverberation, right? Yeah, let's leave. Yeah. Yeah, we have some reverberation, but it doesn't sound very well, I'll be honest. But yeah, this is our first step towards possibly always avoiding copyright, mutes and strikes and whatever the shit they might throw at us. We looked a little bit into how to process it, which basically we created a beat clock. We created a couple of real simple, kick, snares, drums, and super saw with the heavy filtering. We kinda are processing our patterns so they can randomly change while the global sleep changes. Yeah, so that's what we realized. We experimented a little bit with providing data for the patterns, etc. And we figured out, yeah, this is like the simplest way, other than, writing my own C++ code. So we have basics when it comes to drums, as I expected. We have it on the lockdown. Now, for the future stream, which I don't know when the next Metasounds stream will happen, because it might not be just the next stream. I need to, that one case is taken care of. That case needs to be taken care of. Some parameters randomly selected up front, some randomly selected on every node on event. And yeah, what else do I need to create? Shitload of instruments, I guess. Because we won't survive on this one, kick, snare, etc. Or maybe buy some royalty-free, or download if there are just free royalty-free sample packs and just hook them in here and figure out the next step of this. That's what will happen on some next future Metasounds stream. This possibly will be a long series that I will be jumping into every once in a while. Possibly every time they'll piss me off with the copyright mute, right? Of stream. So yeah, there you have it. I think that's all from me. On next Sunday I won't be able to stream because I'll be away, out of town, in a remote location with bad internet, but also with this national holiday in here, so I just won't be able to sit down in front of a computer for 4 hours during Sunday. It just will be impossible. And the week after that I will be able to stream, but this time it might be on Saturday. in the morning of the Saturday. So yeah, we'll see how that will go. Let me quickly drop the link to the Discord. Hop on Discord, guys. We have nice discussions there. You can always ask me questions and I will try to answer to the best of my abilities. Also, that's where I'm dropping stream announcements. I'm also updating, you know, on YouTube the stream schedules whenever the stream is about to happen. So yeah, the next week is off, and I won't be able to make up time to create a makeup stream for that. But the week after that, there will be a makeup stream on Saturday, most probably. So be sure to check out the updates either on YouTube or Discord. And I guess that will be it from me. I hope you guys have a nice Sunday and a nice rest of the week. And without further ado, see you guys on the next stream. Bye bye, take care.